Hello. Hello, PP Volto. Hello, hello. Sorry, I'm checking stuff out in the meantime. I should probably not check this stuff on stream. I'm just realizing I should not leak people's emails. Oh well. Uh, so man, GitHub, huh? We're having trouble with GitHub. That's gonna be interesting. Okay, let's get the show running. So let's get some work happening, huh? Problems with GitHub runners. Yeah, also that. Not only that, but GitHub has lost its CEO. What was it, like yesterday, a couple days ago? And switch to lowercase. There we go. We switch to lowercase. Sorry, let me just do this thing first. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it has lost its CEO. It's falling apart in so many ways, and runners are also another thing that is now problematic, apparently. Hello, CryptoCode. You know what? Let's not get clever too quickly. Let's not get clever too quickly. Let's do this. Let's do it like this. We can improve things later on anyway. Okay, so here's what's happening. Basically, I realized that my previous approach was wrong. I mean, I knew that there were some things that needed to be tweaked, but then I got to the point where I reached critical understanding, a critical level of understanding of the spec. Then now I realized that what I was doing is wrong, and I think that now I have a better approach. I don't know yet if this will work 100%, but it is almost certainly an improvement over what I was doing earlier. So we're switching to this system. Yeah. Do we want a tag here? Do we want a tag? Honestly, more than a tag. Yeah, no, we want a tag. We do want some kind of enum. That is without a doubt. Without a doubt. Hmm. Hmm. What do we want to do with this? And this. Yeah, I'm really thinking that we should probably really do this for real. And then is closed. Yeah, no, let's do it. I'm sold. I'm sold. Let's do it. You guys come with me. We go here. We put everything that is weird. We put it before uh this stuff. Invalid or web component. And whether it's self-closing is an external property. Or we could create self-closing versions of tags that can be self-closing. Yeah, let's remove these guys, remove this guy, root doc type common text. Then, yeah. And this is kind. We don't have this kind anymore. We don't have tag. We do have kind. There you go. Now, is a given node closed? We look at kind and we say root unreachable. Then this guy don't exist anymore. Okay, it's like this. Else. If it's void, then we say true. Okay, let's do it like this for now. So if it's a void tag or and dot self closing, this covers if it's void, this covers if it's an element, this covers if it is a this should cover everything, but it requires to have a is closed yeah, like this. Hello bloops there. Yes. We're doing some actual hardcore Zig work. I'm making a language server for HTML and we're actually making it good. Okay, so now we know if it is closed. Then we need to understand what's going on with our direction. So if it's root, we return in. If it is an element, so now these things don't exist. And this is kind of the else case. If n.is.kind.is void or n.self closing, return after. Otherwise this. Okay, so I should have restored this logic. Perfect. We need to implement this void. Oh, you can't put more than one thing in a line in an enum. That is disappointing. Yeah. You know what? I think it's time for Zig FMT off. And we restore it here. Okay. So this should be good. Then so we need to implement is void. And actually, maybe we should accept also the active language. Okay, so if it's XML, there are no void tags. If it's if it is so if it's XML, then it's false. If it is HTML, then we switch on A and we say well, I forget what these guys are, but have lists for those things. And apparently the tokenizer needs to know this stuff, which is curious, but so these are the ones that are void. If we are in SHTML, I think it's SuperHTML. We switch K and we say what are these words? Extend and super. Else go to we need a label. So there we go. To be honest, actually, now that I think about it, this should not be a problem because I think what should happen is that we just do not recognize. Yeah, you know what? I'm not sure this is the right approach. I'm not sure. You know what? I'll keep it, but I'm not sure. Okay. So now we can answer the question of the direction. Next is okay. The next thing that we need to look at is the init function. Yeah, it has actually building the EST. Now it's gonna be, oh boy, now it's gonna be a different thing, huh? So let's give self-closed a to-do of false, a default of false. Hmm. Now this guy wants a language. Yeah, maybe we should not do this. Maybe we should just do this. You know what? Let's do the simple version for now and let's see what happens. Okay. Okay, we start building our AST. Start with root. Everything else can stay the same. I think root should have, though, everything set to 1 when it comes to content allowed. So let's go do that. Let's create a couple convenience decals for this stuff. Pub const none uh, There we go. So root starts with let's remove default initialization. There we go. Okay, so I should have all content. Can root all content allowed. We start receiving tokens from the tokenizer. We receive a doc type. So we want to make a new node, a new doc type node. What is the content of doc type? The answer is nothing. Actually, we can call this nothing, I think. When it doesn't allow anything, it's nothing. You know what? Let's not give it a default value. Let's force us to define it everywhere. Okay. So missing store field content. Yeah. Nothing. Node is nothing. Okay. Then we decide where to append it. We try again, and we see a tag. Tag is start self. We're looking for a kind. Then we look at the name, and then we create a node for it. Perfect. So we're trying to see what the kind is. It's an element for sure. And it's a self-closing element. If SVG level is 0 and math level is 0 and the language is not XML, then we should complain because this is not something that can self-close. So we will complain. Perfect. But then we break with BLK dot. We don't break with the element though. Oh God, there's another is void from the tokenizer. Jesus. uh what is this? Tag, span, name, attribute count. So I think we should change this to different than 0. Different than 0 and or language is XML. Then yes, it's self-closing. Otherwise, we append an error and we break with, well, more than elements of closing. Do self-closing equals true, otherwise we ignore that fact. But we're trying to figure out the kind. Which we can do like this. We go back to start, and then we do the rest of the work where we don't care if it's void or not. We care about something else. We care about matching it. To match it, I guess we switch the language. We say if it's XML, we don't do any recognition, so we return. Also, we don't do this. We break kind with unrecognized. If it's HTML, we do, well, I don't know where it is, but like valid HTML tag names dot has. Oh shit, we don't have the name yet though. Oh, but we can actually, we can we can get access to it very quickly. Put this up here. As name. I'm thinking that this should return like some kind of node instance, basically, not just the kind. This is good. This is good. Let's change this to returning a node, not a kind. Yeah. So if it's a self-closing tag, in this case, we break node with dot kind equals underscore. We don't recognize it. We don't care. Content is dot all none. I think we can give all to this. We'll see what happens. Yeah, so this is the starting point. Then in here instead, we continue to kind start because we need to recognize it. Perfect. And in here we do this. In start, we switch the language and we say if it's a, okay, so this can go. Language, get name, element, else. Also, we can give curlies to these things because now we don't have trouble with this. There we go. It's not kind, it's node. So if it's HTML, we try to get the name. If it's not present, then we have to ask std.mem.index of u8 name the dash different than null. If it's different than null, weather, sunny, hot, not terribly hot, but enough to keep a fan on, which you can see here. That's fine. I think this is how it should be. Here we can't break with this. We have to break node with a node that has dot kind this content equals all. There we go. Oh, this is so much better. This is the way. I can already tell. This is the way. Is this a personal channel or some kind of org? I don't know. Why are you asking? You're not speaking with my manager? So let's see the case in which this is a... Oh, actually, you know what? We can do it like this. Else equals null. And then we have no else case. So this would be like this. We tried to see if it's web component, but we couldn't realize this. Sorry, we couldn't check for this. Like we did check for it, but then it was not a web component, so we error out. So we append an error, and then we fall through from the if, and we say break node with dot kind equals dot 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 underscore 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 content all. There we go. But is this a thing? Valid element name? I don't remember what my errors are. Invalid HTML tag name. What a shitty error name, but fine. So invalid HTML tag name. And then we, in any case, append this. This means that this one here needs to break. this cannot fall through because it needs to do dot kind equals element dot tag, I guess. Dot content. Oh, this is where things become juicy. So content we don't know what it is because it needs to be like something like element dot content basically, and then we give it element dot tag and source, something along these lines. It will have to be something like this. We also need to give it the language, maybe. No, we don't, because we don't attempt to do this in XML. Perfect. Oh, this is perfect. And then dot. Perfect. Super HTML. In Super HTML, we basically do this with Super HTML. There is really no content model for these guys, though. How does it work? This is going to be interesting. Let's do dot all. I don't know. In any case, the point is that then we do else continue lang with HTML. There you go. So we try to match it with what we know is Super HTML. If that fails, then we fall back to recognizing it as an HTML element, etc., etc. Okay. Perfect. So we need these things. I guess we can make them. We can do elements.get, I guess. So elements.zig, let's make it. So each one of these guys contains an element. That's fine for me. What's the problem now? There we go. So A has a tag A, deprecated is false, category, interactive, blah blah. Hello Toggle. Hello, hello. How am I doing? I am in the middle of understanding the HTML spec, and I've done a ton of work going down one path, and then I realized that was the wrong path, and I didn't fully understand the spec. Then I understood more of the spec, and now I'm attempting a new way of doing things, which, of course, there is no way it can go wrong, right? So this is where we are right now, basically. Uh, you know what? I'm thinking of not inlining this. Yeah, you know what? It doesn't look glamorous, the work that I'm done, but check this out. When it's working, it's pretty sweet. So, okay, I have the, standard stuff like auto formatting, which is, I don't know, decently cool, I guess. I also do the thing where you remove this space between the start tag and the content, and that's a way of asking for things to be pulled horizontally up versus adding a space pulls everything down. Then I have this like I can go to references on a class name, and it tells me which other elements have the same class. Then well, of course I have duplicate attribute names. Then I have this is more interesting. So when you have a audio, an audio element starts with source elements and then track elements, and then other elements, and then you can put everything else. Notice how here in the auto suggestion, I only suggest track and A because you can't put any more source at this point. But if I take this out, then I also auto suggest source. Then if you put a track in the middle, I tell you, invalid nesting under audio, source elements must be above track elements. So I have all this stuff. The rules are kind of crazy sometimes. And so while some of them are like currently implemented in a satisfactory way, the underlying model that I'm using is wrong. And I am basically trying to re-implement basically what I got using a model that fits better what the standard wants me to do. Let's see. As someone who doesn't show inline hints, is there a way to run this on a code base to link check? Oh yeah. It's well, oops. Of course. It's a CLI tool, so you can do check. I haven't. So I have nice error messages now, but I haven't wired them to the CLI interface yet. So I can show you this happening, but they will be not as good. So let's say that I do the track thing. Okay, invalid nesting on their audio. So as I said, I wrote the file, and then I'm gonna do super HTML check test. As I said, I don't have the nice printing yet, but it tells you it reports the same error, invalid nesting. Or I'm just printing the enum case here instead of doing the cutesy printing. But that's it. So yeah. Yeah, you can do that if you want. Whatever you find comfortable. Okay, so here's the thing. Now, an element needs to be able to compute the content model. Content needs to be a function takes in what? I guess an offset, well, source, an offset, a language, no. And returns what? A ast.node.content. Oops, no curlies. Anything else? I think this guy needs also an allocator because it needs to keep track of duplicate attributes and potentially doing other type of logic. Okay. So this is the content. So for A kind of wants to have its own file at this point. You know what? Let's do this. Okay. Okay, so uh what's the plan? So A is a very miserable example because this one is a transparent guy, so we don't even freaking know. Although that actually does tell us something. It tells us that this is not enough. We need to have the list of current nodes. Or at least we need to see the currently active content, like the CCA basically. The CCA. Yeah. Something along these lines. I think I'm gonna leave A here for a while more because it's complicated. Let's implement one of the dumb ones first. Let's do that. Yep. Let's do a silly one. What's a silly one? I think P is the best one because I think P is the poster child for phrasing content, right? Where is P? Actually, no, we need to go in flow content. Where's P? P, 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 P. Yeah, P just has phrasing content. So let's go do this. Um, what am I missing? B. There we go. Okay. So content for P is literally just phrasing. So that's it. This is literally it. We don't care about anything else. This also is kind of telling us that this should not be a callback in all cases. So oh, this is elements. Oh, this should be called element. Okay. Let's call this element. Let's go to a.zig. Let's call this also element. Okay, it was already called element. Let's add a trailing comma. Okay, let's go to. Actually, you know what? Let's close this. Okay, so this is wrong. So we want this to be like this. There you go. Okay, then we move this to source HTML element.zig. There we go. Uppercase E also. And then So this is something more like dynamic content. Is this? Let's say content is a union, and it can be static, which is a content, dynamic, which is a function. But we don't know what is content in here. Well, content is ASD.node.content. Yeah, so you can have also static content, which I think is good for things that just are not dynamic. So for P, actually don't want this. We just want to say content is static and it's dot phrasing. And dot phrasing doesn't exist yet, but we can create it. You know what? I'm starting to think that no, giving it default values is not a bad idea. And at this point, I'm not gonna need this because I can just do the individual initialization. Yeah. There we go. P has static content. Okay, so how does we make this work then? Let's go back to the AST. We're in the AST, and I need access to elements. So this is going to be element. Okay. So we are building the tree. We're at the very beginning. We say, okay, if it's a super HTML, but we're still calling elements, this is something else. This should be like just super elements. No, actually, it's fine because they are also gonna be in there. No, this is fine. Then elements. Okay, so it's HTML. We find a P. What do we get from the P? This thing. Then we, instead of calling content, yeah, let's put a function on the enum, and we make it an inline function. So in element, we say pub inline function content, or like get. You have to pass me an allocator, a source, an offset, and I return to you a this is also here like this. and I return to you a content, hopefully. And then here we switch. Oh, we need self. Is static a keyword in Zig by any chance? No. What am I missing? Yeah, it really looks like static is a problem. Is this it? Oh no, I get it. There you go. Yeah. Okay, so we can do content.get. .get GPA source element dot tag dot start. This should be it. So in theory, we find P in here and we get the super basic content. We save it in there and we are good. Okay, so we have a P in our AST at this point. Well, almost. So we made a P node. And here we're asking, wait, was this an SVG? Was this math? So we need to do it like this. Instead of this, we do this. If we do recognize it as an SVG, then +1. This is broken. I'm gonna fix it afterwards though. We broke this though. This logic is now broken. It's fine. Okay, so we do not make a, so we don't call it new. Well, call it new here. Fine. Okay, so current direction. This sets parent index, asserts stuff about the child. Current index, blah, 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 parent, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we wired it in. Cool. We append it and we set it as a current node. Perfect. Then we say, wait, but what if it was a script? If it was a script, we need to change how the tokenizer works. Huh. You know what? Okay, let's unbreak this. It's fine. Okay. RC data names. Go to RC data. Okay. Row text names has name. If unsupported names has name. Append deprecated and unsupported. Hello in pointer. Right. So about deprecated and unsupported. So we are checking it. We're checking membership this way. Checking these memberships this way is so dumb. Hmm. Guess we can leave it for now. We're regressing a ton of other things. It's fine. Check for duplicated attributes. Yes, about that. About that. Right. Here's the thing. Checking for duplicated attributes is part of, it's intertwined with what we need to do. It's absolutely intertwined with what we need to do when classifying the when computing the content model. So long story short, this should be done, this duplicated checking should be done by us. Yeah, you're doing high octane entertainment watching me rewrite a parser because the HTML spec is ass. So this duplicated attribute stuff we don't do here. But we need to have already done. Also this thing, duplicated and unsupported. This is something that we should have already done. Okay, so element.get needs also something else. It needs access to errors. So we pass down GPA, we pass down errors. Yeah. Okay. I'll just go to get, I guess, for now. Okay, so let's go in element and let's look at get. So this is cool, but here's the problem. When it comes to static, we need to check for duplicates. There we go. Oh, and you know what? We can implement this in an even better way. Oh, this is gonna be good actually. So here's how we can do it. We make it an iterator. It's like a duplicate. So we already have an attribute iterator, but it doesn't do duplicate detection. We want an iterator that does duplicate detection basically, and it automatically emits duplicate attribute errors. Right? I think yes. So let's see, validating after iterator contains the actual iterator, which is a tokenizer actually. Or we don't have it yet. And then it has dupes map, which is going to be some kind of map. And it has pub function next, basically. And next returns a span, I think. Ooh, actually, no, it's more complicated than this. It needs to return some kind of uh attribute key value pair thingy. I have it somewhere. I think it's it's what gets returned by tokenizer. It also needs errors and GPA though. So something like this, AST.errors. Man, I have all that logic. Which I guess we'll have to go in here. Oh, we were doing clear retaining capacity on scene attributes. That is actually pretty good. That is actually pretty good. So the idea is that we don't manage our own dupes map. It's managed for us basically, so that they can be reset retaining capacity. That is not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea. So let's do it like this. Pop function init. So we're gonna need a type for that. And this is going to be my thingy. I think this might have a curly too many. Okay, let's see what other horrible issues we have. This needs to go above. There we go. Okay. So this is going to be our validating attribute iterator. We need some types, and then we need to double check our logic. But this works pretty good. This works pretty good. So to this guy, you have to give the content. You have to give GPA. Actually, no, I think because errors is managed, but it's not going to be managed for long. So let's say GPA. You give it GPA. You give it errors. Pointer to AST.errors. You give it scene utters. Pointer to AST.scene utters. I guess I need to make a type for this that works like this. So this is gonna be this AST.scene utters. There we go. So this is gonna be IT. Errors is gonna be errors, and scene utters is gonna be scene utters. And then we need the GPA as well. Do we keep the GPA? No, you know what? This guy should not keep the GPA. We pass it here. Okay, so what is the tokenizer now? It's this. Okay, so we have the tokenizer. What is an attribute? I think the tokenizer knows what's an attribute. There we go. Tokenizer attribute. Oh, what about source? Return attributes true. Okay, there we go. So this is now the beginning of my validating attribute iterator. So we do self.it. We call next on self. What is self? Right, we need to know the end. So we don't want an offset, we want a span. We'll, tag. We want it as a span, basically. And we write it down this way. Huh. Oh, I see. Huh. Now we need to write it down. Or we can do it like this. I think the span is not in AST, but we're gonna fix it later. So this is gonna be ap.end. So we have this information. Perfect. Okay, so this returns maybe an attribute, maybe not. I don't think we need this logging. So let's see. If we find a tag name, ignore. If we find a tag break, if we find a parse error, ignore. If we find an attribute, we see the attribute. We try to see if it's in scene attributes. If found existing, we append to errors. Yes. Complain that is duplicate. Oh, current node index. Need to also get that. Okay. Otherwise, we put the name in our thingy here. But here's the thing. We emit an error and then we continue. We do not emit from here duplicate errors. We'll add a duplicate error for each duplicate attribute. Duplicate attributes will not be returned by this function. There we go. Okay. This is a decent abstraction. So this means that when we go here, then we want to do this. So init, we want errors, scene attributes, language, tag, node, IDX. These are all things that I should have. If I don't have them, I have to ask them. So let's see. Instead of offset, is tag, span. It's not ASC span, but for now. And then language. Where do we put language? I think. I wonder what the iterator does with language precisely. Yeah, I'm not sure that the iterator really needs language. Anyway. Oh, you know what? Maybe for things like columns in attribute names, nah, it shouldn't make much of a difference. In any case, we need it for now. Well, let's have it. There we go. We consume basically the full iterator. I think we can do better. We can give it something that isn't next that does this for all. So we don't have to do this silly stuff. We can do, which I think this silly stuff also has trouble, like performance issues for us potentially. So we say, try next, instead of next, try final duplicates. Boom. What are you doing with Zig? I'm implementing a language server for HTML. called SuperHTML. If you search SuperHTML on Google, you'll find it. I'm making it better. Yeah, let's do find all duplicates. It's literally just gonna call next a bunch of times, but at least it will do that in a row. Hmm. So if we implement this outside of next, the problem is that if we implement this outside of next, then we're not going to be able to do much better because it's basically going to call that thing in a loop. So maybe we should have like a next impl that take, or that instead of, oh wait, did we add the return code? Wait, we didn't even add code to return stuff, right? We said that we continue, otherwise we append it, but then we need to return it. Yeah, we need to return matter. So this is important. We could add up an extra argument, like a boolean that says, well, don't return the attribute if it's don't return the attribute period. So just run through all of them for duplicates. That we could do. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do this. So this is gonna be like, this is next, and then we have next impl, next advanced, and next advanced has a boolean attribute called all, and here we do if not all return attribute, and here we do return 8 dot next advanced GPA source false. And then we have the other function. Called, what was it? Find all duplicates. There we go. And I think we can also add an assert. We can assert that wait dot. Oh, actually we don't. We can't. We don't have information to assert that this was not consumed before, but I think it's fine anyway. Okay, so we have find all duplicates. So this is all implemented correctly. And the thing is, this guy validating after iterator can also it's something that we will be able to use also elsewhere in case that it becomes useful. So I think we now have a problem that we have a mismatch of arguments of things because we discovered that we needed more stuff after the fact because we needed to add like error context. The alternative could be that we don't have this do this work, and instead when it returns something, the outside code does the appending, but I don't really see any reason why to do that. None at all. So let's not do this. So I think this is good. Now what is not good is the dynamic content is going to need this same signature. This is the signature needed by dynamic content. necessarily. But we'll worry about that later on. Okay. So next, we want to go back to the AST and call this function correctly. And you know what we can do? This. Let's panic we need to do for now. Okay, go back to AST. Actually, what are the errors that we have in here? GPA is being unused. Oh, I'm gonna fix this in a moment. Let's go to AST. So oh, this is bad. We don't have types for these arrays. This is an error. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So scene attributes is a string hash map of spans. Okay. Do we make types for these guys? I mean, it's not this complicated, isn't it? Let's be precise. So this is gonna be this. And this is gonna be this. We know what a span is, we don't know what an error is. There we go. There we go. Okay, so this should be better. GPA is still unused, but now it's not, because I can tell you that now this append wants GPA. So there you go. Okay, and with this we're happy. Back to the AST. Oh, we broke a ton of things. In the meantime, but missing struct field open. Missing struct field open. Yeah, who did that? I think we deleted the code that used to do this. Span. Guy wants GPA now. We're missing span. Guy wants GPA now. Missing span. Missing span. Okay. So this made things a little bit better, but we're not quite there yet. This returns an element. Perfect. So this is all wrong. We're missing scene utters. Oh, which is defined above there. Okay, so we can pass it down. Okay, panic to do. GPA errors, percent, scene, utters. language, source, element tag. Element tag. What am I talking about? Tag dot span. Yeah. Okay. This should be better. Okay, just to double check. Also validates attributes. Yes. Maybe we should really rename this. Instead of just get, we can say validate attributes and that returns a content. I mean, why is it even in like this? Why don't we put it outside? No, so this was fine. Yeah, like this content, and then we have validate attributes. Okay. Okay, validate utters. Perfect. Okay, this is all fine. Up until here, this is also fine, I think. When we see an end tag, I think now we need to be more careful. If you're at root, it's an erroneous end tag, yes. Otherwise, we look at the stuff, we say is closed. If it is closed, we're going up to 1 by 1. I don't remember why, but we do that. Errors append, GPA, erroneous end tag. Then temporary tokenizer. Let's see, what are we doing with this? Current name. Oh shit, right. We were retokenizing to regrab the name of a token again in the past. Oh, Ooh, this is painful. So here's the thing. The thing is, as we try to match that tag upwards, we really need the name because we can't, well, the way it works is that if both tags have an actual enum value set, then we can just compare those. But if both of them have underscore underscore underscore, then we also need to check the bytes against one another. So let's take this out temporarily. And let's do this. If there is a match, then we need to close. Okay. So this works this way. If new node. Oh, no, wait a second. Here we don't have new node anymore. Oh, I see. Here we only have a closing tag with a name. We haven't matched it to anything yet. So what we should do is classify it. We should classify it, and after we classify it, then we can do something better. Okay. So the current node will have a tag. So it needs to be like this. And tag. And tag is going to be, well, unfortunately, it's this code basically, except slightly different because we need to, I guess we need to do this. A slight variation of this. Okay. So let's see. We switch language. If it's SuperHTML, panic to do. If it's HTML, we try to get it from element. Let's call it end kind. Okay. If it's HTML, we break kind with element.tag. Else, with triple underscore. And in this case, we don't even need to break. We just do this. And I think that if we do this, we don't even need to break anything. What is the name? The name is tag.name. So this is the end kind. I think a node should have a tokenized name function on it. Yeah, start like iterator, sure. Actually, no. This is actually it. This is literally it. It's start tag iterator dot dot namespan. Yeah. Okay. Oh, this had side effects in it. Oh crap. So current name we tokenize, and then we say get name or else we go up. Why? All early exit branches are in the case all malformed HTML, and we also expect in all of those cases that errors were already emitted by the tokenizer. Yes. So we had also the case where get name fails. And if so, we were giving up. You know what? Let's keep it there, I guess. And then what we do is it's just a better comparison. Also, current name was not in here, I think, originally. Because we keep changing the current. So this was in, yeah, this was below the assert. So here we do this. If same tag means that end tag is equal to current dot kind. Actually, it's end kind. Same kind. Well, it's fine, same tag. And then same name. And it's if end kind is triple underscore. Actually, it's different than triple underscore. Or this condition here. And with this, we can do, oh, sorry, end kind or this. Actually, what is it if? End kind different than or this condition, and then we say if. I think we're missing something, but okay, we're missing something. These are equal. They have same name if same tag and yeah. So this is same name. And to be fair, same tag can be inlined. So if they have the same tag and they're not underscores, or if they are, then they also need to match everything else. What's dot underscore underscore underscore? It's an enum case. It's a weird enum case that I created. So it's like any other enum value, except that I use it to represent an HTML element whose name it's not part of this union explicitly. So I use it for whenever you create an element that has an invalid name, like you have a random name that makes no sense. I give it this enum. If you use a web component, which are like elements that you can make on your own, like you can make up new HTML elements using web components. I also write them down as underscore underscore underscore. So this means that when I'm matching opening and closing tags from the tokenizer, if they are one of the known tags, then I can just compare the enum value and we're good. But if it's the underscore one, then I'm using it to collect a bunch of different things. And so we are going to need to do the proper name matching in that case. So if same name, then we do this, fine. Current name BLK. Missing end tag. Okay. I hope that everything else makes sense because I'm just trying to make it work with the new semantics. I'm not double checking everything start to finish. Okay, so this should be fine. There's another append that needs a GPA now. Okay. Okay, this is fine for now. Okay, let's see what the errors are. Unused switch label. Right. Unused switch label also here. Oh, but this is because of also the panic. Okay. Oops. No field name element. Do you remember to enable sloppy mode? There is no sloppy mode. You know what? Zig's sloppy mode are other programming languages. Dab. Sloppy. You know what's funny? So there have been discussions in the Zig community about the idea of enabling sloppy mode in Zig because people get annoyed at unused variable errors. And this is annoying to people a lot. They really do not want to have to deal with this. And so the problem is this: when you're doing good development, as in you know what you're doing, like you are racing towards a well-defined finish line, you're like shipping. If you're shipping, you want this. You don't want unused variables around in your code. It actually can help you catch mistakes, because you forget, for example, to return. There are no well-defined finish lines. Well, sometimes there are. Like, for example, me in this case, I know where I'm going. I'm not doing like exploratory work where I'm really, well, you know what? No, I take this back. I actually don't know 100% what I'm doing with this specific case of nesting errors. I'm still learning. But, for many other things in the language server, I know where I'm going. And so I just want, like, my goal is to have a product, it's to ship. I think that's like a good, like, approximate way of defining it. I'm shipping. While instead, if you're not shipping and you're like, again, doing exploratory work, so you don't know exactly where you're going, then you want to try things out, and unused variable errors are annoying. 100% agreed with that. And so people were saying that they wanted a sloppy mode in Zig. The problem is that if you give people a sloppy mode, where basically, the project doesn't build without the sloppy mode because you get these build errors, and instead you enable sloppy mode and then it builds, then what happens is that some people will stay with sloppy mode on all the time, and they will commit code that only builds in sloppy mode. And if you're building a project and there's like a dependency, I'm gonna make an hyperbole, but you have a dependency 10 levels down from you, and that one has a unused variable error, and because somebody made a mistake and they pushed it with sloppy mode, like they pushed something that builds only in sloppy mode, then now what are you gonna do? You're gonna enable sloppy mode yourself as well. So there's gonna be like this problem is that it becomes increasingly harder for people to be virtuous, because you have this I don't know what to call it, like sloppery slope, if you will, where people being sloppy will have a gravitational pull for you to be sloppy as well. And so the thing is, some people just do not appreciate this perspective because they are super annoyed by unused variable errors, and to them, what I'm describing seems like a maybe hypothetical that is, I don't know, vaguely true somewhere, sometimes at some point in time in a land far, far away. Maybe this a long time ago, somewhere far, far away, maybe this was true. But they don't feel like it affects them directly. And yet, this is the curse of HTML, like the curse. For example, on my repo, somebody doesn't work in Termux. Oh fuck. Let's see. Disable specific LSP diagnostics. So somebody was saying, yeah, it would be nice to have a way to disable the specific diagnostics because I want to use this LSP with, templated code, which is a problem. And by the way, what's happening here is that the curly percentage, somehow there's duplicate attribute names here everywhere. I don't know exactly why. Oh, because this one, so because if is an attribute, class is an attribute, these guys, oh my god, these guys parse as valid attributes like curly percentage and percentage curly, and so class and the two thingies become duplicate attribute names. That's very funny. And so they're saying, yeah, can we please disable this so I can use it with curly brace stuff? Well, so we'll see what to do there. But then the point is, Prettier can be made to work with templates and could theoretically replace SuperHTML as a formatter, but Prettier uses slash diamond bracket for void tags, which in turn causes a lot of HTML elements can't self-close all over the place. So this is an error that I have in my LSP, because you might be wondering, wait, why do you have that error? Because HTML elements can't self-close. There is no concept of self-closing in HTML. You don't, not only, like, the point that there is no concept, it means that if you self-close a tag, which this is self-closing, you have, like, instead of doing div and then close div, you do div and then slash diamond bracket, and that implies the closing tag. But that's not a concept in HTML, and browsers are going to ignore your self-closing tag. So you think that you have closed a div, but you're actually still inside of it with the subsequent elements. So, and so you look at Prettier, and they say this. Hi, it was decided during the development of the HTML formatting to go with the slash style for void elements. It is not a style. I'm not going to rant about this much because I did that already yesterday, but it is not a style. It's you guys adding confusion and like making... I was about to be very graphical about, poisoning the well, but in a organic way. So that's not how it should work. So HTML is one of the many reasons why HTML is a mess is because nobody knows what the standard is. The tooling doesn't know what the standard is. So the tooling does things at random, and they think it's a matter of philosophy, which is interesting because when there is a spec, but fine. And so basically now being being not sloppy is a problem because the ecosystem around you... Why is my mouse disappearing? In any case, the problem is that being sloppy being virtuous is hard because everybody is sloppy around you, and they kind of pull you into this sloppery slope. So what is my point? I guess that this is very real. This is like a dynamic that is absolutely real. Okay, so we want to render, but we don't have element anymore. So how do we do this? So we want to increase indentation when we're looking at a element that isn't void and that does not self-close. So we look at kind and we say yeah, what do we say? So if n dot self closing, so if it's not self closing and not is void, but I'm not going to bet you more, but wait, I am. If underscore foo is the exploratory solution, isn't there a risk of a bunch of underscore idents littering the code base? In our case specifically, it's an explicit discard. Oh, toggle. Let me show you. So const foo equals 1. That's an unused local error. So you can discard it. And it works. And yeah, this is not great. It would be nice if this could be deleted. Sure. And you know what? Currently, we don't have this, but I could totally see a code action that deletes every local that is being discarded. So you could like have a run of this. And actually, ZigFMT should offer you the ability to do this, I think. Currently, we don't have it, though. But check this out. If I do discard of foo and then I try to use it, you get another free error. You get a pointless discard error. So yes, these things can be left in your code base and it's not great. But at least you know that if something is discarded, it really is not being used. It cannot be used. And it's not like a matter of lifetimes. We don't have this in, not lifetimes, but like, what's it called? progressive refinement types, maybe. Well, you know the idea where like you can say that yeah the lexical scope of this variable ends here and down below it doesn't exist, but it could exist above. We don't have that in Zig. So when you discard this variable, even if you discard it down here, you cannot use it here in the middle. Okay, so what was I doing? I think I want. So what I want to write is this: if not n dot self closing and n dot kind dot is void, I would say not is void. Then we want to do indentation equals 1. So this is what I want to write. The problem is that this is wrong. Also, there's no n. What was it? Current. Okay, current. Sorry, current. So here's the problem, though. Right now, I'm trying to ask if something is void, even if they are not a valid tag. I think his void should. I think his void needs a safety panic on these guys. So these guys should be unreachable. Sorry, it's not exactly a safety panic. It's a debug panic, basically. And then we need to say is tag, basically. Is element. And this is actually not nice. It's basically let's say that it's strictly above text. Return int from enum of k strictly greater than int from enum of kind.text. So now I can only, this is a bit verbose, but it's good for not making silly mistakes elsewhere in the code base, where you say, okay, it must not be self-closing, and it must be an element, and it must not be void. There you go. Okay, and so now we can indent. Perfect. So on exit, assert that it's not text, assert that it's not void, but I also need to assert that is an element. I think it's not, it either is not an element, or if it is an element, it is not void. And then this is current dot, so not current dot self-closing. These are the cases where we shouldn't be in here, which is fair. Oh, here indentation -1, same problem as here. Right, so here we have root, text, comment, doc type. And here we can have else. Okay, these are all the other tags. extra. Switch current kind. Huh, this is not more complicated. Let's see. Let's see. I'm wondering the extra steps. I think HTML is sloppy so that small errors would render the whole web page blank, which should not be the case for a systems programming language. Yes and no. No, HTML is not sloppy because of that. Also, HTML is not sloppy at all. Like HTML, maybe you could make a debate, but the sloppiness that I showed you up until now has nothing to do with this. HTML as a format, as a spec, has recovery logic. It has well-defined recovery logic. So if you submit malformed HTML to a browser, the browser will not error out. It will instead try to recover and reinterpret and readjust your AST, your HTML code to make it conformant, to transform it to bring it to a well-formed state. Yes. This has nothing to do with the tooling around HTML being unaware of the spec. And not only being unaware, but like being sometimes blatantly wrong. And that is a different problem. The fact that the tooling is blatantly wrong about HTML is a different kind of sloppiness. It's not a recovery system. It's just plain ignorance and bad craftsmanship. So you open Visual Studio Code. I'm going to enable the built-in suggestions. I go into an HTML file. I open body and I look at how body is both opened and closed. I open a diamond bracket. The first thing that it suggests is to close body. The body that is actually closing the line below. Why does it do this? I'll tell you why. Because the shitty code inside this VS Code extension, it's a built-in extension into VS Code. The shitty code in there only looks upwards and uses regular expressions, and so it doesn't realize that this body actually closes. So you click that you say that you want to close the body. Now look at this. I have two closed bodies. Do I get any support from my editor? No, the editor doesn't bat an eye. Let's fix this. I'll tell you another secret about HTML. Actually, watch me give duplicate attributes. The thing doesn't care. Here's another one. You can create an AP element. Once you are inside a P element, you cannot put a div. You cannot nest a div inside of P. Now watch this thing suggest div. Why? Because the suggestions are static. It just suggests all tags all the time. Doesn't matter where you are. It even suggests tags in contexts where you cannot put tags. For example, title. You cannot put tags in title whatsoever. This thing doesn't care. For comparison, let's find div. Oh, wait. There's no div. Why? Because you can't put div. What if I try anyway? I'll tell you. It's invalid nesting under P. Three-seater knows. You see this red highlight on P? This is three-seater recognizing this node as a syntax error. So three-seater knows. But three-seater is not used to give you diagnostics because it's not good at diagnostics. So I tell you, here's another one. Audio starts with source elements, then track elements, and then everything else. So if I put track here, it's fine. Also, look at this. When in here, I suggest source and track, and then everything else. If I put track, then I only suggest more tracks, and then everything else. No more source. What if I put source anyway? Invalid nesting under audio. Source elements must be above track elements. This is how your HTML tooling should be. Okay, now let's go back to fixing my code. So assert that current is element. Oh no, we cannot assert this because it could be a doc type. If it's a doc type, break with 1. Otherwise, we assert that it's an element. And then we say if current dot is void or current dot self closing, break with 1. Else break with at int cast in.len. Okay, this should be the re-implementation of this with the new semantics. What? Oh, current.kind. Okay. Yeah. Oh man. More current.kind logic. So else unreachable. So okay, assert that current dot is element, current dot kind. Then if current dot self closing or current dot kind dot is void, and we do this, else we do this. Ah. Okay, let's see what are the other errors that we have. Completions. Simple rule. Oh, snap. Let's disable these rules. Okay, these are the old rule validation system that I want to disable. So validate nesting, comment it out. That should disable a bunch of code. Oh, why do we still see this? Who's referencing this? That is painful. How much can I comment out? but I can't survive both problems. Oh no. Okay, so with this we have done stuff. Yeah, there was no way we could build right away. Let's see. So right, LSP has some logic where now that we changed how the AST works, the thing is not going to be super happy about. Sure. So that's fine. But why is audio and video being pulled in? Who's pulling in audio and video? Oh, I think I know. It's me. I need to basically remove these guys and see what happens. Yeah, let's comment out rule. I'm not going to delete it right away because I might need some of the code in here. Then what else is this? Transparent access to rule. Right. No, you also go away. Completions. Tags all get. Rule tag. You know what? Let's regress completions as well for now. Invalid nesting, I think, can be commented out. Okay, there we go. So now we have these things. So from tags, we should take some stuff out. Like these guys. For now. I'll put the name is applet. Do I have applet, for example, in here? Oh no, I have no app. Oh, they're not in here anymore. Interesting. The obsolete ones are not here. I think this is good. Yeah. Okay. So let's move these guys here. But we do not have all. Maybe also all is not bad to have. Maybe also all is not bad to have. Although all is now element dot its elements, basically. There you go. The type doesn't match, but completion has a call to transparency ancestor rule. Oh my god. There we go, unreachable. This doesn't work this way anymore. Yeah, this whole thing is broken. Completion is not using Arena. Okay. To do, hey Christoph, do you have your healers config somewhere on GitHub? I don't really have much in my config. Theme 1 dark. I don't have auto completion enabled. I removed some stuff from the sidebar. I don't want line numbers, diagnostics, or spacer. I just want the diff thingy, the diff marker. End of line diagnostics hint. Actually, you know what? This is a little bit of config, I guess, but everything else. Also, sticky content, sticky context is a custom thing that is not yet in main Helix, so I'm gonna take it out. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You know what? I'll put it on Zigbee, but yo, new Zigbee, yo, yo, yo. Yo, Zigbee, hello. In any case. Yeah, no line numbers. I don't know, they're not that useful. I mean, I have the current line number down here. If I want to go somewhere, I put the number in there. I don't do relative movements with numbers. Like I move either by jumping or searching. I don't use the numbers. So I don't know what to do with numbers. I don't hate them. I don't know what to do with them. Okay, let's go fix the LSP code. So what are we doing here? References. References request. Right, this is the class stuff that we're doing. So we look at the nodes in our AST and we say that it has to be one of these guys. So it has to be an element. So this is easy. This is now if n dot kind dot is element not, and continue. So this is the equivalent of this down here. What's the next problem? We have another big switch. Okay, what's our big switch saying? Rename. Okay, we're trying to rename something. Oh, this is gonna make me conflict with the PR. There's a nice pending PR, by the way, that I want to merge. Check this out. But we're gonna conflict with it. So look at what they implemented. Basically, they implemented link editing and document highlight. So when you hover a tag name, the editor highlights the closing tag, and editing one edits the other as well. So I definitely want to merge this, but well, we're gonna start conflicting. No, shouldn't be too bad. Okay. So how does this work now? We're looking at the current node and we're saying if it's not an element, then there's nothing we can do. So I guess we can do it like this. If node.kind, if node.kind is element. I mean, we have the switch case, so I think it should be like this. This should be dot root dot comment dot text dot doc type. For these guys, we do nothing. For everything else, basically, where everything is an element, then we call start target iterator and do stuff. But we need to worry about whether it's void or not. So this needs to be like this. I think it's void or self-closing. Yeah. We do this. And then there's an else. Or we can just break BLK. And so this is the other case. Okay, I think we fixed it. Then code action. Oh, goddamn code action, man. If node kind different than element. If node kind different than element, so if node dot kind dot is void or node dot self closing. There you go. Okay, so we fixed that or as well. What's the next problem? This needs to be pub and then 285. Main location span. Wait, what's the problem? Oh no, this is source root AST. Oh shit, this is like big boy AST. We have broken the templating language with these changes. This is gonna be pain. There's no quick way for us to surgically turn that stuff off and do it later. We have to do it. We have to fix AST. Hopefully it's not too bad. So here we want elements. Okay, so if HTML no.kind is void. Well, we're saying element void element self-closing. So we're saying is element. Here's what we're saying. If it's not an element, we continue. That's what the thing above is saying. Tell me that this is it, and we fixed it. I don't think we did, but element.zig content is not marked pub. Oh. P is not marked pub. Yeah, there we go. Now we have more stuff. Expected type HTML.element found HTML underscore, well, lowercase element. What? Init sorted KVs. Oh, because it's uppercase element. Member function expected several arguments found 6. What is it? 435. Okay, what are we missing? Element, yeah. GPA, language, errors, scene attributes, source. Oh my, node index. I don't know what the node index is at this point. Current IDX plus 1, I think, or maybe not. Current IDX. ASC.language, yeah. We fixed those. Expected error union type found tokenizer.utter. Function provides return type implicitly returns. Oh, right, because it's also like optional. And then here, when we get to the end, return null. Okay. Certain type content found error out of memory. We're missing a try. Missing start field open. Yeah. Accepted type index of scalar. This is also, I don't know, kind of shitty. We're very nested. Can we put a comment here? Is this any but this is not better. I don't know. Leave it as that. Cannot assign to constant. Var. Missing start field content. Right. Nothing. Errors to own slice. Oh. Well, for now this is fine. Okay. Next batch of errors. I don't believe it. We're done. Okay, so we have regressed a ton of things with this approach. Really a ton. So watch these. Well, watch this probably crash. So let's brace for crashing impact. But even in the best of cases, this will error out a ton because a lot of things will be unknown. Right now, our validation step only recognizes p tags. Anything that isn't a p tag is unknown and suspicious, and we don't like it. So let's restart. Well, we don't crash, and we correctly complain about everything. Not bad. Now, test. Let's see if we are happy with P at least. Oh, auto completion panicked. Right, I need to turn off set auto completion false. Restart the LSP. Not a valid HTML element. Not even P. Come on, man. You should know P. We are failing at recognizing P. Somehow. Mm. I guess that's the next thing that we need to debug, right? P, I expected to succeed. Why did it not? Somehow this failed. Elements get named failed. Oh yes, of course it did, because we called it A. God damn it. There we go. Now we don't complain about P anymore. Okay. So remember how it was 80% done? We now have one P out of 100 something elements. So the good news though is that this system seems much more solid. Much more solid. Yeah. So what is the next step? The next step is now to start slotting in this element with this system. So here's what triggered the rewrite, okay? Here's what I understood. You could say a little bit late. Do I still have this tab open or did I lost it? I think I lost it. So, okay, let's do it this way. I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break. I'm going to get something to drink. I don't know, 5 minutes stops. I will come back and I will explain why the previous approach was flawed and it wasn't like a good idea to push forward that way. I will show you a motivating example that was that basically I understood transparent. The implementation of transparent, my interpretation of it was wrong, and now I understand what transparent means. I think at least I understand it better than I did before. So, in theory, making progress this way should be easier. Fingers crossed. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Whew. What did I promise? I promised that I would show a motivating example. Okay, so my original understanding of transparent was that we needed to query our parent elements for what is it that they would like to see or not. And I was literally calling the full validation routine for an element every time that we were transparent. So A links are transparent. And then they have some extra rules. And so when I read transparent originally, I said they are transparent in the description. So is derived from the content model of the parent element. The element required to be in the part. So this sentence I didn't read fully because it seemed like word salad. It's not, it is word salad, but also it has a meaning. I'm going to skip this for now. We can come back later in a moment. Point being, what I understood is that, well, we need to ask the parent. So for example, let's say that we are a element inside of a div. Let's take a look at what's in a div. Let me think if there's anything better than a div. Let's do directly details instead. So let's say that we are a anchor inside of a summary. Sorry, inside of a details. Well, details says one summary element followed by flow content. So my understanding, or well, I wasn't thinking about this one. I was thinking about the other ones previously. But when I stumbled upon this one, then the question was, okay, so if transparent inherits completely, then this is weird because it means that inside details, we want to put a summary element and then flow content is like other stuff like a P. But if there is a in the first slot, then does the A need to have a summary inside? Is that correct? Is that how it should be? And what if A is at the second slot? So summary. So should there be like a details, then summary, then A, then summary? No, because details wants to have one summary. So now that we would have two. So how is this supposed to work? And so I went to the W2C validation thingy. So HTML validate. So I got here and I started typing. So it wants you to do everything, otherwise it will complain. Doc type HTML. It wants you also to put lang. It doesn't like when you don't put lang. So fine. Actually, I think that lang doesn't go in here. I think it goes in here. Then we need to have a head. Head needs to have a title. Then we can have a body. And if I don't put this boilerplate, it will complain about everything. So that's why I'm doing it. Okay, we finally have a body, and now we can do details. Come on. Okay, let's run it and watch it complain. So it says, well, details is missing a required child summary. Yeah. Check. Now we're happy. Now, what if this is an A? Check. And it will complain. It will complain twice. So it will say, well, first of all, details is missing summary. And then it says, inside of A, it says, well, you cannot put summary inside of A. And that is interesting with regards to transparent. And then it explains. It says that it's not a, it's a problem because let's see if it explains it here. Content model from element A. Transparent, but there must be no interactive element. Descendant A, descendant, blah, blah, blah. So it doesn't even explain to you. But then this got me to reading the transparent definition a little bit better. And so let's read the word salad. The elements required in the part of the content model that is transparent are the same elements as required in the part of the content model of the parent of the transparent element in which the transparent element finds itself. So it means that the categorization is very important. And it means that since A is a, it's these guys, basically, when we go up, we need to check, we need to find the first parent that has these things on. So this is what prompted. So long story short, you don't run the full logic. You just need to identify a set. It's a set intersection thing, which I still need to implement. But now I understand where we are supposed to go. So we have P. P was easy. Let's do all of P while we're here. Also, I want to take this as an opportunity to do things that I haven't done before, which is actual attribute validation. So for example, let's go find P. Okay, P has global attributes. So let's start also doing attribute validation. Why not? Hey, wait, what? These are global attributes. Where's ID? Wait, what about ID? Oh, there we go. DOM defines the user agent requirements for the class ID slot attributes for any element in any namespace. Class ID and slot attributes may be specified on all HTML elements. Then why are not part of global attributes? God damn it, man. Okay, let's, I think we need to enhance our definition of what an element is. So an element needs to have either static or dynamic content. I think we should provide attributes. And I think that some have rules like being mutually exclusive, being required. So like if you have these, you also have to have those, that kind of stuff. So we need also to have like a thing that distinguishes between common cases where we don't want to write custom code and specific cases where we need something more. Should this be as part of content? Well, I guess we can do this. Everybody has global attributes, right? Actually, are global attributes allowed everywhere? Oh, you know what? Wait, let me double check this. The following attributes are common to and may be specified on all HTML elements. So all of them have global attributes. I guess all of them have global attributes. Now watch one weirdo element. Everybody's going to have global attributes except that one weirdo element that is going to mess everything up. Well, I'm going for it. I guess we say that static has custom attributes. Something like this. So the idea is that then when we do find all duplicates, we can't just do this. Also, I think it should be a tag set. How do we do it? How do we do it? Right, because we also need this for completion. We have regress completion completely, and also we have never implemented suggestions for attributes. So we also need this. So we need the ability to ask an element what should be the completions that we should suggest. Okay. But it's not all at once. Right now we're working about validation. So validation is different than the other case. So for validation, we want the list of custom attributes and we want it to, for validation purposes. Yeah. And there's also the global one, which we should not forget about. So this should be a list. It doesn't have to be a list. It could be keys, but then it's not sorted. Then we would need to sort every single time. Guess we could do it like this. Struct list is this. The map is a set. Ooh, there's also more than this. There's also like content validation for the attribute. Sheesh. 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 Hmm. Listen map. I guess the map can be of callbacks that process the content, that do parsing of the content. Or, that could be a union intern. Yeah. And it's like, for example, list. Value list. Or custom. Hello, Amlug. Guess what? I discovered that I did not understand the spec well enough. I got to a point where I've seen enough variety of examples, and I got to connect some dots. And I realized that my approach needs to be changed completely. And your work um, the call where you find out when you solve my dependency loop error, turns out it wasn't necessary because that was the wrong algorithm. The correct algorithm is even more perverse than that. No, it's not really more perverse, but still kind of perverse, I would say. Yeah, it's truly fancy stuff. So an attribute validator, it's either a list or it's custom. And there's some kind of fallback. Callback. But if it's a list, what do we want to do with a list? So with a list, we would like to you know what? Let's just think about validation for now. We can think about completion afterwards. Let's do one thing at a time. So for now, let's call it a alter set. Just a set. That way we can quickly check if how things go. Although if it's sorted alphabetically, we could do a binary search. Okay, so when you say custom attributes, we want that to be a author set. If there is any, which could be empty. So how do we do this? Do we make it optional, or do we always make it empty? I think we can leave it empty. Yeah. Okay. So there's also this author set stuff. Let's go to P and implement this in P. No filling phrasing in struct element union. Oh, because now it's complicated. Now it's how did I mess this up? I don't remember. I already forgot. It's default and custom attributes. Why are we putting custom attributes in here and not down here? Because honestly, if there are custom attributes, we care about those also from this callback. Hello, Karitam. Still fighting the spec? Yes, but also I feel like I got a better understanding of it now, and I know what my direction is a little bit better than I did before. Okay, so here's the question. Why would we bother writing these guys down if we weren't in this case? We wouldn't have to bother because these guys, like this function can grab them from global memory whenever it wants. So there's really no need to write these guys in here, except for suggestion purposes. But I think this should be it. Okay, so I convinced myself that this is the right place for that. This is not this. This is like comp time string hash map static without unmanaged. Uh, Static string map with equal. Oh shit. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is a set. Ooh, can attributes be are attributes expected to be case insensitive? That I do not know and do not remember. Static S. Okay, now we break with s.value, but now we need to validate attributes. So this means that find all duplicates is not allowed for us. It's not find all duplicates is not really a thing because we need to iterate over these attributes one by one anyway, because we need to validate them. So this guy doesn't exist. This guy shouldn't exist. Like this. Like this. Okay, so while wait dot next GPA source find an attribute. What do we do then? We need to check it against our list of attributes. So first global attributes and then our attributes, or vice versa. So if s dot custom authors dot get I'm assuming that attribute has that. I actually don't even remember what's in an attribute, but let's assume that we have that. Get attribute name slice. This is going to give us a rule. What did they call those? Author validator. No, let's call it author rule. So this is going to be me an attribute rule, and then we will need to apply the rule. Else, if s global authors dot get actually let's do it like this. And I guess we want to apply the rule again if it exists. Global attributes will have rules connected to them. So actually this should be different. This is more like const author rule is this. Actually, no, it's this. It's this. Or else this. Or else block. Also, what is this if doing here? Or else try errors dot append tag equals invalid attribute, something like this. Main location equals span node idx equals node idx. There you go. And then if we do find an attribute rule, we need to run it to validate the value. Oh, you know also what the value should be? Like no value. Attribute rule. More than none, there should be any. All values are fine. Not empty. All non-empty values ignoring white space. But there's also like must be empty. Yeah. No value allowed. All values are fine, including no value at all. All non-empty values, ignoring white space. Static list of options, custom function. And I guess we can give it a callback, something like validate. I don't know. Basically this. Actually, no, this is any. Yeah, this is gonna be something like this. I'm just like prototyping it now, but this is the gist of it. Actually, maybe it should be the name that we complain about, not the value. Nah, I think complaining about the value is not bad. So any, we don't do anything. None, we complain if there's something. Not empty. Must be present. Something like this. Actually, you know what? I don't even know if not empty is a thing. So I guess we'll see. Okay, let's leave it as a panic to do. Okay, so this is the general gist of it. And this function will need to be better. Okay, so with this we have the definition of attributes. We need the global attributes. Well, we need to make it. There you go. Copy, delightful. Tag name map. No, it's an attribute set. Although it's not a set, it's a map. But where do we put the definition of these things? Maybe we create an attributes directory. Let's put an empty top object for now, I guess. Okay, let's look at them. Let's look at the validation rules for these guys. What are they going to be? Access key attribute. Oh, you know what I should have done? Instead of this, we're going to put any value, and then we define any value. Actually, I think this can just be this. Oh, you know what? Then we can just do this. Yeah. Okay. So these are actually, this is not attributes. This is global attributes. Okay. Right. We don't have invalid attributes. We need to make an error for it. Incompatible types. Yeah, because this is so we don't recognize the attribute, so we call it invalid, and then we continue. There you go. Thank you, Zig. Accessor optional type. Oh yeah. What's in a value? Quote and span. Okay, so what have we built now? We have now the basics for attribute validation. And we do validate attributes in the case of simple rules. Okay. So with this, we're missing though p-specific attributes. So we basically need to create one of these guys for p. Does p have specific attributes? It should. Also, in global attributes, we need to add ID and class, I think. Either that or we create another set. Actually, creating a dedicated set for ID and class is not a bad idea. ID, class, and style, I think. Where is this stuff? Class ID and slot attributes may be specified on all HTML elements. Interesting. Okay, so what can you do on P? Oh God, where's P? Let's do phrasing and then, no, we need to do flow and then P. P says just global attributes. What about style? You can obviously style this thing. Why is this saying class, ID, and slot? Where's the style, man? To enable assistive technology products to expose a morph and grain interface, a set of annotations for assistive technologies can be specified. The aria, role, and error dash attribute. The following event handler content attributes may be specified on any. Oh, there we go. Yeah, now we're talking. So these are also global attributes, basically. Then, oh, right, the data dash ones. I guess the data dash ones we can also skip from the iterator because they. Well, no, we don't skip them from in the iterator, but obviously we need to. Okay, so data dash attributes. The title attribute. Lang. Translate. Bro, this freaking spec. It's insane. Oh, style is in here. We found it. We found the style. God damn it, man. We found style. Okay, one step at a time, I guess. So apparently P doesn't have anything. P is just global attributes. Okay. So We can leave it at that. Did we fix everything then at this point? No. I have a new error in ast.zig. That is surprising. That is surprising. Wait, no, that's not this. Oh, it's because I'm in there. Okay, give me normal paths. HTML AST. Okay, what's the problem now? Oh, right. There's a new type of error that we need to, two types of errors that we need to deal with now. Okay, there you go. Restart the LSP, complains about everything. Let's take a look at what it likes about attributes. IT is an invalid attribute for this element. Okay. Good. Good. Style. Style we like. Style we like. That's good. So it's working. We have the infrastructure now. We have incorporated attributes into the design, and I think this is so far this is slotting in perfectly into what I'm doing. So we validate all attributes. Now here's the thing: we need to implement something more beefy. We need to implement something that has more nuanced rules about things. Let's start implementing maybe HTML head and body using this new system. Also, we need to do something better than just this, I think. Well, obviously we need to implement validation rules for all these guys. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna need some help. You know what? I think I'm getting to a point where the design makes enough sense, and I'm gonna have to enlist somebody to help me out with this shit. Do we put ID, class, and slot in here? Do we put ID, class, and slot in here? Do we put ID, class, and slot in here? Do we put ID, class, and slot in here? I also should think about suggestions though a little bit. I think we should do just a little bit, a smidge of validation, and then we do we jump back to autocomplete so that we can double check that everything works there equally well. And I think the most important part is gonna be find a mapping between these things and like some kind of I don't know, slice of strings. Okay, let's do HTML. Oh, there's also deprecated stuff. That okay, so deprecated should go away because we don't do it this way. We don't even keep deprecated tags in our list of tags. So go away. Okay, so what does HTML look like? Global attributes, so no extra attributes. No categories. Oh, right. This is okay. Let me comment this part out also because we don't do it yet. So I'm gonna bring it back when we actually have a need for it. Okay, so I said content, but this is not content. This is the categories. I kept calling content, but this is the categories. Like what am I doing? I'm trying to categorize where this element. Uh, yeah, this is not content. Oh man, this is categories. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, we're trying to find the categories of this node. So for HTML, then categories is static, value is none or nothing. I don't remember what I called it. Nothing. Let's call it none. No categories. Then document element, a head element followed by a body element. Okay, copy this link. A head element followed by a body element. So This is static, but we're missing child validation. Let's reintroduce child validation now. So child validation is like this. So this is a tag. Hello, Karatam. Still for... Wait, did you... Wait, why did I... Wait. You asked this earlier. Why did I see... Oh, I think I saw something else move behind. You guys can't see it. My eyes so caught some... some glimpse of things. By the way, I'm going insane. Yes, of course. It's the HTML spec. There's no way you can stay sane doing this thing. So, child validation. This is content. Content. Union. Enum. And the answer is it's either simple or custom. Simple is gonna be, here's the list of things that it can be in, that can be in it. There's gonna be nothing. Here's the list of things. Then what else? Custom, of course. And custom will have a callback. What was I doing before with this? This was in AST. So we had simple and custom. Simple had whether we allow text and whether we allow, and then a list of tags that are allowed. No. This is different now. This is going to be categories that we allow. The simple version will be, these are the categories of elements that are allowed in here. And we will do the check not based on names by default, but by looking at a category map, basically. And then what? Then there might be specific elements that are forbidden. I think we can also put that in simple. And then if you have like prefixes or weird things, then yeah. So this is going to be the starting point. I think we'll have to reinvent some of the things that we invented earlier, but this is the basics. So simple. So we have categories that we allow, and then forbidden child and forbidden nesting, forbidden descendant, maybe. So it's a slice of kind, and then forbidden descendants. There should be also like extra children, extra descendants. Then maybe there should be some kind of mandatory tag, but I think that usually when there's mandatory tags, there are some extra rules around them. So if we recognize that there are maybe some cases, then we can add this behavior to simple, but as is, doesn't seem to be the case. Then there's transparent. If something is just transparent, what would transparent look like? So for example, A would claim that it is transparent. I guess it could be a Boolean. We say whether this current thing is transparent or not. And so if it is transparent, but we can, let me think about it for a moment. Could these element definitions files be technically zone files? I think to some degree they could, but there's still some initialization for special data structures. For example, I need these string like comp time, like what are called static string hash maps, because I want the non-super naive string comparison. So that has to happen. But of course, the list of elements could be sourced from a zone file. Yes, some of these things could be zone files. But for example, these guys can't all be zone files. Or rather, well, the point is that there's also the non-simple cases. So like the simple ones could be, the non-simple ones cannot be in a zone file. So, yeah. So forbidden tags are part of the allowed categories. Yeah, okay, I need to think transparent a little bit. So we find an A element. The A element will have different categorization of itself depending on what it contains. Then what we need to do is going upwards, find. Well, no, actually, here's how it works. If the current element is transparent, we'll still concretize it right away. As soon as we grab an element that is transparent, the first thing we do is immediately match it with the parent. We transfer everything down right away. Yes, right away. Okay, so how does that work with transparent? It means that it's going to be similar to simple, but not simple. So transparent is going to be close to being the same. but it doesn't have categories because we give them to it. We pass them down. They're not hard-coded. Everything else applies the same, I think. Maybe extra children is not allowed even. I'm not even sure. You know what? I'm going to comment this out. Let's see. I'm going to straight up remove it. Maybe it's not necessary. I think that these guys are necessary. Actually, you know what? I'm only confident about Forbidden Descendants. That one is definitely not allowed. Okay. And then custom. And that's going to be a function. Okay. So with this in mind, we don't want to create one unified function for all of these guys because they will have different signatures. They will have different requirements, although we can unify them if we want to, and then we just mark the function in line and call it a day. Okay. Validate. What do we pass down? Well, GPA, nodes, errors. Then what do we give you? The parent node. Parent span, which is useful. It should be also like the rule inheriting thing. So rule inherit. But we can fake the parent span. Yeah, I think we can lie with the parent span. Okay, we'll see how that goes. This is it, I think. Let's implement simple. Everything else we leave to do. Also, this doesn't have to be a method in here. It can be outside, which is actually beneficial. So we put this on the element. There you go. So we switch element dot content. We say dot simple, else panic to do. Okay, we're applying simple rules. So there's only certain categories that are allowed. So this is going to be like this: var child idx equals parent idx. Oh, wait a second. There was this idea of applying rules only to suffixes. Do we want to do that? The idea was to be able to say, yeah, just validate this just validate these. Maybe we should give the first child IDX down. You know what? Let's assume that we want to do that. I think it's not a bad idea. Man, we gained some knowledge with the previous work. Okay, well, child IDX is different than 0. What do? We need to validate categories. We need also. Oh, also here's the thing: extra children that are allowed. There's also like required children sometimes, but also no, they usually have rules about positions. So let's assume that that's not the case. Okay. So while child IDX is different than 0, then we need to do this. We need the current content model. We need to be provided it, and we always have it because it's always stored in the node, even if it's super static. So we can be given it. So we say child is going to be nodes at child IDX. Defer child IDX equals child.next IDX. Okay, so now we have a child. And we kind of need to OR the two thingies. Now, what is a good way of doing this? So people that have used packed structs, I have 2 instances of these things. And I want to check if any Boolean in there is different than 0. Do I need to like cast them to integers before I do anything? Should I make a function for it? The bitwise operators work. I should probably go read the language reference. But so this is what I want to do basically. If parent content and child dot categories is different than 0, that's basically what I want. Then we continue because this guy had success. What rules do we have here? Category matching. Oh, we have forbidden descendants though. You intentionally cannot directly use bitwise. You will need to cast. Okay. Pop count. I think that means that we want to have a function, right? So something like parent content dot any intersection overlap match. Overlap. Overlaps. No, maybe pop count. Well, no, it's not count, right? I just want different than 0, I guess. In this case. Something like this. But in any case, if there's overlap, then we're good. But I think we need to do it differently. So if there is no overlap, so this check has failed. But we need to do things in both cases. Okay, so if there is overlap, then we need to check the forbidden children. You know what? For now, let's not implement forbidden descendants. I want to implement it, obviously, and it shouldn't be too bad. But not now. Okay, so if overlaps, then we're happy. Else, well, then wait, no, then we need to check if it's not one of the forbidden ones. Did I really write it down as a list? I don't want it as a list. I want it as a map, actually, I think. Although we can do... Hmm. Hmm. Okay, let's do it like this. There we go. Simple case. Just to get started. So if it doesn't overlap, try arrow.append. Tag is invalid nesting. Span is going to be... We don't have the child name. I have the whole child. You don't want to error out the entire child. But I guess we can do child is child dot start tag iterator source language. Oh, we don't have a language. We're gonna need to ask for a language. And although that is weird, why are we doing this? You know what? Let's just hardcode HTML for now. But and then we do dot name span. We don't have source. We need source. Is there a reason? I don't think we need that particular reason in this case. Main location is going to be... Oh, this is where the child stuff goes. This is where... And this is actually where parent span goes. Main location. There we go. So we're not using parent index. We're not using, well, we are using errors. What do you mean? Oh, there we go. Oh, well, we need to use GPA as well. Okay, so we're getting better. Okay. So we're doing the most basic of validations. It's implemented now. And next is we need to invoke this. And technically we need to implement it also for HTML. Okay, so here's what we can do. Let's put HTML on the side for a moment. Let's implement another simple one like P, but one that does, but one that can be nested inside of P. So let's implement like B, for example. Okay, let's see what B looks like. B. Content model phrasing content. Right. So content model phrasing, but categories that it belongs to is not this. I'm messing something up. Also, let's take a look at P for a moment because P is not phrasing content. It contains phrasing, but P is actually flow and palpable. Yeah, this is actually super wrong. There is no palpable. Oh, we're not tracking palpable. Okay, comment it out. And we're missing content. Yes. And what we allow inside of ourselves is phrasing. And that's it. Yeah. Now P is correct. Okay, so now if we go in B, in which categories does it belong to? Flow and phrasing. There we go. So it belongs to these categories and it accepts only phrasing. Yo. Okay, phrasing content. B has global attributes, so B, there's nothing new for B. Okay, so we have B implemented correctly. We have P implemented correctly as far as I can tell. So now we can go in AST and we can turn back on validation, which for now we can do this way. So we have validate nesting that we commented out. So we need to recreate validate nesting, or should we repurpose the old one? I think we can repurpose the old one and see how it goes. We can also simplify it. So validate nesting takes nodes, errors, source, language. If there are no nodes or languages XML return, then for every node, we run this. Yeah. Let's see. For every node, we have this. Parent index is this guy. We look at the node kind. Else continue, and then we do stuff only for element. Yeah. So this is going to be if n dot, if not is element, or n dot is void. But we continue. Same also if it's self-closing. No. In this case, we continue. Then if n dot kind is svg or n dot kind is math, we continue. We also continue if it's a dot dot dot. Or triple underscore. So if it's one of these guys, we continue. And then otherwise, we're here. And this can be simplified. Honestly, I don't know how much of the logic is even worth trying to keep around. So we're supposedly looking at a normal element. What are we doing? Also, these 4 nodes is a problem because this is making us navigate inside of SVG math, and we don't want to do this. So I'm sorry, but we need to go back to a different style. We need to go back to a different style. Okay, and the problem now is that we want to have nuanced navigation where we want to pick the next based on things. So let's call it N. Also, why are we so sad now about indentation? I deleted the 4 curly, but These other parentheses should be fine. What else did I break? I probably broke something else. Oh well. I think we can do it this way. So if it's math or SVG or unknown, we navigate to the next one. So parent IDX. Also, this is not, calling this parent is not helpful. Node IDX. So node IDX is going to be n.next IDX. So we go to the sibling, not to the children. Otherwise, we're changing it early though. The fact that we're changing it early is annoying. No, but it's fine because we continue right away. Yeah. Otherwise, we try to navigate to the child, if there is any. I guess we can do plus plus. Like the only reason why we can't do plus plus is this thing. Yeah. Yeah, so we defer this. Perfect. So we can continue. Why is my mouse disappearing again? God damn it. Okay. Continue. Okay, so then we are in an element and we need to validate it. How does this work? We need to grab the corresponding element data. The problem is that we don't have a handle to it. We don't have an enum. We only have an enum. The problemo is that we only have an enum. I'm starting to think that what we should do is change the map to not return an element right away, but to contain only a tag. And then we have somewhere an array that that contains an entry for each one of these things. And that's what and then basically you index into it using the enum. We have an enum array. What does that do? Does it solve my use case? let's see, an array keyed by an enum backed by a dense array. If the enum is not dense, a mapping will be constructed from enum values. Yes, so this is what I want. Init default, init undefined, init fill, get. Is there some kind of init comp time? Wink, wink. Oh, there we go. This is how we do it. We can probably call this a comp time. This is the bad boy init. Okay, so this is what we want. We want an enum array of these things. Let's assume that we have this. How would that look like? So we basically want to do const element equals n dot elements dot get. What does it look like for getting stuff? Get ptr const. Yeah, elements dot get. Assuming that it's a different type though. So elements dot get and dot kind. Yeah, elements dot get and dot kind. So we have an element, and then we do element dot content dot element dot validate. It should be validate content. Yeah, we call validate content, just like we have validate others. Yeah, validate content. And that's GPA, nodes, errors, source, parent span. We don't have it. Interesting, we actually don't have it. You need to procure it if you need it. So we're not going to pass it down. Parent IDX is going to be node IDX. Parent content categories, and then first child index, right? So parent content categories is going to be, is it parent dot categories? Yeah. And dot categories. The categories that this element currently belongs to. That should be it. In theory. So we call this. This validates content. Then we move to the next node. We skip these guys. And if this had nested rules that need validating, that's his business. And that's it. Okay, what are we doing horribly that is making this thing super sad? Really? So this is the end of the while loop. Oh, here's what's going on. God damn it. A stupid comment. There we go. So this is what this looks like. Validating nesting should look like this. As we navigate, skip, SVG, math, and unknown elements for validation. Yeah. Get to the next one. Loop again. Okay, we're missing only very few things. So we're missing GPA. We're missing GPA. We're missing the right type of elements. So this is like this other thing is going to be like an element map, I guess, which we want to auto-generate from the enum. So the element map is going to be, yeah, auto-generated. And then we have elements, which is this other thing. So go to references. So I'm going to change all the other ones to element map. This one actually stays. Yeah, I don't know what's up in there. So we'll see. Okay, so in element, what is currently elements should be different. Okay, so var keys. And the value is not an element, but it's a ast.kind. This is more like a kind map. Oh, yeah. Actually, what does string from enum from string do? Oh, I can't use it though because that one is not case insensitive. Never mind. Yeah, this is kinds. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. So keys is gonna be a slice of what? What was it? Value? Yeah, value. Now I need to use it because I strongly doubt that I got this right first try. Really strongly doubt that. Really strongly doubt that. What happened? Callback, of course, happened. Okay, so this seems fine. And now we're missing elements. So the key is going to be ast dot kind. The value is going to be element. And you want an enum field start. How does that guy look like? With a field matching each unique named element, enum element. Yeah. So it's going to be this dot a equals this. Dot b equals oh my god. Yep, that's how it's gonna be. Yep, that's how it has to be. Oh, come on, give me. Oh, there you go. Okay, so we can sort, which is good, I guess. So this is it, except for every freaking element. So this is gonna complain a lot. Type HTML AST kind does not support field access AST 447. Okay, let's go fix that first. Right, so this is gonna be kind, and this is gonna be kind. Then this is gonna be elements dot get kind dot validate authors. Jesus, how much we're nesting, huh? To be fair, we could delete this, and then just nest a little bit less. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what else we regressed. Missing strat field content. Yeah, we're missing a ton of fields in there. Yeesh. I think we're gonna do this basically. Go in element, go here, go here, go here. So these are all the things that we need to do. And like before, we can make basically a temporary element for all these guys. So we could say const temp equals we should remove also the tag from the element now that we have it through different means. Although it's nice having it, I think let's keep it. I think it can be useful. This is gonna mess up some reporting potentially, but yeah, it's fine. Okay, so okay. So this worked. We have some problems because P is already defined, B is already defined, A is fine. HTML is already defined. Okay. So we have solved this one. Missing struct field content. No, what am I doing? It's elsewhere. It's in HTML. HTML is missing the content definition. Right. Well, you know what? Let's make it temp for now. Categories. Also, this can be this or else. Much better. Holy cow. Expected arguments found 7 invalidate content. GPA, nodes, errors, source, parent span. Right. No more parent span. Sorry. You gotta fetch it yourself if you want it. We don't have overlaps. Right. So we got to the point where we need to implement this operation on content, on categories. How do you cast a packed struct to int? Int cast? No. Bitcast. Thank you. Oh, but I need I actually never done it. Like packed structs. You're right. A long day. Yes, sure. Like long week. Long fucking life. Let me tell you. um, we need a target type, don't we? That's annoying. Also, what is the integer of this packed struct? I haven't defined it, so it gets automatically assigned. Do I need to do metaprogramming then for this? Wait, am I correct in saying that Bitcast needs a type? Yeah, it has an inferred result type. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Making integer. Okay. Holy shit, we built. Okay, what is the behavior that we expect to see now? We have all elements. They're all very lax at the moment. They actually claim that they are fine with pretty much any categorization. And they also all claim to belong to all categories, except a few select ones. So in theory, we should expect all of them to be fine. So we should expect no errors from the LSP or a crash, of course. There's also the possibility of a crash always, right? So they should all be fine. It is fine. And it doesn't recognize any of the attributes because we haven't added them. ID and class, we didn't add them to the global attributes. I don't know if I should add them. Like they're kind of global attributes, but I don't know if I should make a separate set for them or like stuffing them in there should be fine. This is another weird corner of the HTML spec. So this is working beautifully as intended. Now watch P complain about nesting P inside of it. Oh shit, it does not. Why? P says that it is flow content. P only allows phrasing content inside of it. So yeah, this is the thing that I was recognizing I was getting confused about. So they should be complaining, but it's not. Oh, also no, wait. You know why? Because we have these other attribute errors. Yeah, we are not validating nesting. We don't validate nesting as long as we have these errors. So let me take these guys out. Language server exited. We crashed. Okay, so we ran the code and it crashed. Index out of bounds. Len 7. Index 7, len 7. We're running out of bounds? Oh, shit. Yeah. Actually, this is fair. So when we do validate nesting, it's fair to do +1. Sure. But also, we should do it like this. If node IDX equals, if we're already at the last node, if node IDX is already at nodes.len -1 and break. Else, let's change I want to flip those things around. So as long as node IDX is lower, we increase, else break. Expected semicolon after statement. Excuse me? Guys, what have you done? I think I've encountered this already in the past. Ah, you cannot break in a defer. God damn it. Oh, after that. Oh, you think so? But it's like an expression thingy. You normally don't put. You don't put this if there's no curlies. Okay, so we cannot break in a defer. Well, that's fine. Okay, so we defer the increment and then we check elsewhere. There we go. Now we should not crash. Never mind. We still crash apart. No, no, we don't crash. But we also don't complain about the nested P. So there is there truly is a bug in our handling of this matching, like the matching of these things. So let's go take a look. Let's start from the definition of P. So P says I belong to the flow category and I accept phrasing content. So then when we create the node, we write down what it belongs to. Sorry, it's categories. Yeah, what it belongs to. And then we match it against this. I think that we're returning the wrong value from validate attributes. We're looking at categories, not content. Correct. And we're returning s.value. So this is also correct. You know what? Let's add some printing. So we are element dot tag, and we are returning s dot value. There's no log. I see the log. Yeah, I'm going insane. Okay. Yeah, LSP restart. So in here, we should have seen our validation code run. Validated address for underscore 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 returning. Right. This is not our P. Oh, you know what's happening? We're giving underscore to everybody. And because we're giving underscore to everybody, we're not checking the contents. Yeah. Let's temporarily lie a little bit differently. Let's lie by saying that this is all divs. These are all divs. And now this will trigger the nested checking. In theory, let's look at validate utter. There we go. For P, returning metadata false, flow through, sectioning false. Whoops. No. Why are we returning flow through? Wait. Yes, this is what we belong to. We belong to flow, nothing else. Okay. Now we need to test. Now we need logging for what's happening at the checking location. So in AST, we're checking these things. Where are we using overlaps? In element simple rule checking, I think. Yes. I should I should re-enable the scope filtering stuff. I'll work on it eventually, just not now. So what we want to see here is we're testing element, we're testing like node category versus what? Parent content. Child.categories. Yeah, look, we are doing something dumb in here because we are not involving the element dot. We're not involving simple dot content at all. This is not parent content. This is simple dot content. It's simple dot categories. Sorry. Yes, that's the two things that should. Okay, I don't think we need any logging for this. There we go. Invalid nesting under P. Correct. And now we're claiming the div accepts everything. So we can put a P under div. But it's a problem if we try to nest it. Okay. Success. This is success. So this means that with this system, we're going to be able to implement the simple ones. And the more complicated ones seem feasible. We still have transparent being the problem. This transparent all along was the complicated content model. So we need to double check that transparent is dealt with. But I think that with this system, it is. And also this system is way more efficient than what I was doing before. Because I'm comparing strings way less than I did. I basically compare them not exactly once, but let's say close to once. And most of the time, I'm just dealing with enum values. So that's good. We also have introduced attribute validation, which we didn't have before. Next, we need to... I'm not going to do it now. Actually, you know what? We still have time. So maybe we can go on a adventure. I don't know. But we need to implement custom validation. So we need an example of custom validation happening. We need to implement one element that has the categories that it belongs to that change based on the attributes that it has. So we need that. And then it's just a matter of now doing all the work, but the framework is significantly cleaner than it was before. This is the way. We found a way. So far, everything clicks in place. Literally everything clicks in place so far. So what does it mean? This means that now it's really just a matter of implementing all the attributes, like copy pasting all the attribute names where they belong, defining the rules for every one of those. So it's like a boring, but it's like, how can I say? In a sense, it's data entry to some degree. But once that's done, then we have everything. Like we really have everything. Every single thing we could complain about, we have it. So yeah. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to raid somebody so that I have some time to do dinner because I have a meeting also later tonight. And I want to take a break. This was delightful though. Despite everything, we made progress. Everything is as it should be. Programming feels nice when you go down the right path and you don't get, you don't start going down places where there really isn't any path. So thank you all for hanging out. Thank you, X2, for being always here. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, MLAG, also for the help with Packstructs. I really never done this stuff with Packstructs. So anyway, that said, I should have remembered about Bitcast. Yeah. Well, thank you all, and see you next time. Let's see, Zig. Oh, there are people doing Zig. Zig plus Raylib. What is this? This person has a Zig tag. And but are they doing Zig? Writing programming language in C. Never. Let's see, what is this? Oh, there's somebody having a segmentation fault trying to do Zig plus Raylib. Okay, go help them out.